Okay, let's continue on. Let's talk to Ilberd. My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Roali walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Ruban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so here we are. I would say this would be worse for morale than, telling everyone, like, wow, you guys are fuck-ups. Raleigh must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridinum. Alright, so we've come across a scene here. There's a dead guy on the ground with some chainmail and a long sword next to his body. Yuyuhas, which is the Lalafell and the Crystal Braves, wearing his blue jacket. And another guy here. Don't know what his name is. He's nameless, so he's probably a redcoat. That's a Star Trek reference. He's got chainmail and a little round shield. Let's talk to Ilberd. They're going to put me in a single-player instance, so let's see what's up. Ilberd shakes his head. This wretch was with Roali. He threw himself at us, that his mistress might escape. He's referring to the dead guy on the ground. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty, even to her own. The god's damned harpy. Tch! With me, Scion, we almost have her. I nod, stoically. Charge! You see Raleigh talk to some dude with heavy black armor. Definitely Garlemald people, or Garlean people. Alright. I want Raleigh alive. Kill the rest. For Eorzea! Use my power of Holy to kick your ass. Over here, some dough. That's not make sure my people die. Show them no quarter! More reinforcements? They really aren't paying me enough. Probably not. Fools! You cannot stand against the Empire! They have healers! Kill them first! I kind of take offense to that a little bit. Need a healer? But I understand. Practical thing too. Also, kill these. Oh, that's a healer. Okay, you gotta die. This healer dude's got straight up green energy streaming out. And he's dead. Alright, let's go make sure people don't die. People that don't want to die. Again, it's so hard to focus on these people. all you fuckers need that. Forgive us our lateness. No. I'm gonna kill you. That's what you get. You're in your debt. The circle fetters those who wander within. Lure the enemy to it. I don't have time to know who's speaking. Don't know who's fettering into what. Cast all the holy. It'll take care of itself. Give everyone regen. Oh, there we go. I win! And my recording didn't freak out this time. It's like the third time I've tried to do this. Eli and Roali. Hilbert. Bind her, and do it tight. Crystal Brave. Yes, sir! Yeah, because she escaped. Try to make sure that doesn't happen again, alright? Alpha Nod. Good work, men. Ilbert and Alpha Nod salute each other. Ilbert. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. I mean, it was a lot of people, and giant mech suits. Alpha Nod. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. She looks to Alpha Nod. Elaine. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. Alpha Nod. Yeah, that's what I thought. Elaine. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's-given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I joined the Flames. I mean, you weren't taken care of when you joined the Flames? Ilbert. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Ruban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. Elaine lowers her head. Elaine, how are we any different then? Ilbert, 'tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth. And 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life had taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. She's fucked. I mean, especially if you're poor and shit, having friends is extremely important. Betraying everyone that, does shit for you? Yeah. that you're not gonna survive very well. Alpha Nod. not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We may hope that we have chosen our allies more wisely than Ruban chose his. I mean, to be fair, she played the long game. It's almost impossible to find someone out like that. Oh, we have a cutscene.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business.
That's telegy adelegy.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do.
He's kind of speaking in the, conference room by himself, as far as I can tell.
Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night.
Yeah, he's kind of like facing the wall. Like he was on a private call.
You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Gives a little smile.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
Someone walks up behind Telegy and kneels down. It's some dude, probably like a messenger or something.
Nanamo ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
I think he's looking at her chair. He wants that chair. And you see their flag symbol in the background. They're the one that's got the weighted scale. Let us cling together. Alphanod. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Ruban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and appraise Menphilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Rawali in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Aline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, The stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Hebrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had two pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
They start talking amongst themselves. And a few of them leave.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
We're teleported to Ul'dah in the conference room.
Following the calamity, The forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Voris Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
They salute. Alfnod and Oberd leaves.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune.
Ruban is staring at the flag on the wall, the one that's got the scale with, I think, like a diamond on one side and flame on the other side.
How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitor as scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. Team, purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
Now we're somewhere else? In someone's bedroom?
I shall have no further need of you this day.
Oh, I guess it's the Sultana's bedroom.
Your Grace.
Lady in waiting. So just some lady with glasses. Sultana looks like she's eating some cake.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Yeah, the Sultana was smiling as her gaze followed the lady out of the room, but the moment she closed the door, her smile faded into sadness.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees.
I didn't know Kane Sano was there.
The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
Marlwood is there too. Alright. A little tea party going on.
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
Merwib looks shocked. Sultana
My
smiles.
friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
Sultana nods. Kane-sana nods.
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Merwib folds her arms as the screen fades to black. They actually were having a little tea party. They all had little pots of tea and cookies and cakes and other things like that. Why is Menphilia red? What does it say? Good intentions. This quest is not yet available. Dungeon requirement. The Bowl of Embers hard. The Navel hard. The Howling Eye hard. Huh. Alright, I guess I have to go do that next. I have no idea if that actually has anything to do with story. I don't know if I should record that. Okay, well I went and completed those quests. And I didn't bother recording them because it was exactly what I figured they would be. It was just Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan going, "This isn't even my final form!" And, you know, just doing those fights again. Oh, they had some hilarious names like Ifrit, it bleeds, it can die. Things like that. They had some pretty good title names. I'll have to go look them up again because I already forgot what they were. They had a Garuda one that was pretty good. So I did those, and it felt very out of place, like it should have happened right after I beat Ultima. Because Thancred apologized, you know, for the trouble he caused, and he was going to work extra hard to be strong, so he's not a burden, you know, all that stuff. Because I did think it was a little weird that, I mean, yeah, it wasn't his fault what he did, because he was literally being controlled by La Habrea, so he didn't actually have any control over his actions. But it was also never, you know, brought up again. I mean, except for that one time way later, but you'd think he'd have at least apologized, you know, at some point, and he finally did that in the cutscene that was at Waking Sands, and not here. So yeah, did those. So, and then in the previous video, or I guess in the previous section, you saw the Sultana, I guess, say that she's going to step down as queen or whatever. So I wonder how that's going to work out, because that's a bombshell right there. Like, to completely change your government for your country, that's a major thing. So I wonder how that's going to tie into Telegy Adelegi's, plan, because I'm pretty sure, unless that's what he's counting on, I don't know. I'm actually pretty interested in how that's going to play out, and whether that is or is not what he wants to have happen. Alright, let's talk to Minfilia. Good intentions. Oh no. I mean, something bad's about to happen because of good intentions. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. And see, this is kind of where it's not jiving very well, because it wasn't until this moment that the game forced me to do the hard versions, and she's not going to even mention that I did that. So I don't know why the game made me do it, other than, oh hey, there's hard versions of this, in case you didn't know, I guess. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Oh, Alphinaud shows up. Lest you forget, Antecedent, these Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Alphinaud looks to me. Suicune, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. I nod, stoically. Nymphelia. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? Alphinaud. As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Telegy Adelegy and his Monterist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Ruban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. I guess that's going to be my job. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have any objections. Minfilia. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Alphinaud. Moen Brida's research is proceeding as planned? Minfilia. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Oriange is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own way. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it's only a matter of time. Well, if you ask Raziel from Soul Reaver 2 to use your own soul, then it's easy. Suicune, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphinaud and his Braves with theirs? It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. I nod, stoically. Alpha nod. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riel's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Old Dawn riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. Menphilia. If there's any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. By ear telephone. I mean, since we have ear telephones, I'm not sure why it's going back and forth anyway. Give other people ear telephones, seriously. You already have long-distance communication. So what's the holdup? Riel. Pleasure, as always, Suicune. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Alpha nod. Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report to her, benefit? Riel. Right then. Oh yeah! I didn't recognize him until I saw the eye patch, but yeah, he's the guy that we had dealings with before when we had to do the 3 whistles. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, we actually recruited that guy into the Crystal Braves. Riel. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their way into the refugee hands a way back. So happens we caught wind of something promising, a rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things, by the black marketeer holed up near High Bridge. Alpha nod. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Riel. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Suicune, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Alpha nod thinks. Then turns to me. Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Suicune? I nod, stoically. Alpha nod. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Let's see, is Thancred still humping the table? Nope, he stopped humping the table. What are you saying now, Thancred? When one is in need of precious commodities, it helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I am well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful Ul'dah import merchant. Yeah, it does. Ida. We need a rare ore to modify the white aurosite, and Thancred solved the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? Oh, let's see what Mo and Bryda's got to say. She's, I guess, looking at Hori, Boulder, and Coltonut. These two have been telling me stories about the corrupted crystal formations that appeared following the calamity. I'll need more data before I can draw a conclusion, but I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energies. You're going to talk to Sid about that. He's basically like the expert when it comes to tapping into that shit. Let's see what Tatsuru has to say. Hello, Suicune. Are you sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on a daily basis. Yeah, it is very tiring. I need a nap. But can't take a nap. Gotta save the world. Let's go to Camp Drybone. And fly on my electric purple pony. There we go, on this long stone bridge. Ilbert's talking to someone else, an unnamed person, the Crystal Braves. Ah, Suicune. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Levelier needn't have dispatched you hither. Yeah, we'll see. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. I mean, I am pretty awesome. I mean, you say you don't need me here up until some giant fucking mech suit shows up. Or Primal comes out of nowhere. Bait and switch. Or you get baited and switched. I feel like there's gonna be a single-player instance coming up. Ilbert. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Suicune. The other guy gives me a salute before he follows Ilbert. Flying is so damn useful. I love it. I was lucky that I had a friend that was willing to fly me everywhere earlier in the game. Because yeah, it would take me a lot longer to get through the game. So where we are now is we're on kind of like a coppery looking stone with giant, like massive orange crystals sticking out everywhere. I think we're not too far from where Meteor hit. There's even like what looks like to be thin blue crystals, but that could just be plants. They almost look like crystals to me though. Some like weird... Oh, maybe it's part of a cactus. I don't know. They look pretty cool though. Alright, talk to Ilbert. Let's see how the shit's gonna hit the fan. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. When you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Make it sound so simple. Oh, I probably shouldn't have jumped all that way, but that's alright. Hired thug. Let's go beat up the hired thug. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damned fool, you should have never come here. Really? Well, eat my holy. And they're dead. Anyone else? Oh, apparently yes. Quite not over it. Yeah, my stone throwing hurts a lot more than it used to. Still pretty good. So go to the left over here. Let's wait at my destination. Question mark. I don't understand. What's this all about? I turn around, and I'm surprised by something, but I don't know what it is yet. Ah! What shocked me? I mean, like, not electric shock, but something surprised my character, and I don't know what it is. Let's go in this little cave behind the corner here. Oh, here's Ilberd. And there's a dead guy, I think. In a box. Ilberd's looking at the dead guy. I come running up to him. Ilberd, as you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. Dead merchant. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levalure will be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how they slipped past our perimeter, at present the first is currently tracking a party of Duskwhite sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we were here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Was it, like, a distraction? Did we learn about this so that someone else could get away with something? Best laid schemes. Ilberd. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskwhite sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the thirds. Yu Has, he will... into the thirds Yu Has. He will take care of the rest. Alright, so I collected the crate. Let's teleport to Ul'dah. And all the... I mean, it's only a couple days after Halloween, but all the Halloween decorations are gone already. Alright, so Yu Has is talking to Wildred and Aliane. Yu Has. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Karthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? I brought some weapons for you. Oh, we're getting a cutscene. Yu Has. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Obert, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. Aliane. This cannot be everything, can it? They're looking at the tiny box. Riel stated with confidence that there would be far greater quantity of weapons. Yu Has. A blatant falsehood, clearly. Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of all Dawn merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. Wildred. Wilred. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. I do like that some of the people we've encountered throughout the story actually got recruited to the Crystal Braves, like Wildred. Oh, he was the guy from the Alamegan storyline where he was gonna, get a bunch of people and rescue the Alamegans and, yeah, all that. Aliane. There'll be no fighting, if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the Cerulean processing plant. Yu Has. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Aliane, for the freedom of all. They salute each other. Yu Has. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. He gives me a little salute. Oh, Riel walks up. Sukyun, a word if you please, ye? Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Let's go to the little market area. See if we can find him. There's a ton of people here. Rio, thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. I'll see what happened was. That's not quite how the first told it. These Duskwights, they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself? Not before the fighting started, and not after? Real shakes his head. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, gods damn it. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a money-lender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Real shakes his head. Forgive me, friend, I have a lot on me mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Turns and leaves. I'm getting a call on my earphone. Oh, Tataru. Suicune, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. Oh god, don't tell me everyone's dead again. That would just be embarrassing at this point. Keep in mind, we still haven't even reached the first DLC. People told me that I would know when I reached Heavensward. And we haven't even reached Heavensward. It's been how many quests? And we haven't reached Heavensward? There's a lot of content between friggin' DLCs. Unlike SWTOR, you just basically go into the next one. There's no stuff in between the in-between. I'll make sure. Yeah, Thancred's still doing his thing over there. Alright, Tatsuru, what's up? Thank you for coming so quickly, Suicune. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indications. Huh. Alright. The Rising Chorus. Huh. Alright. I don't know what this is about. Our guest is with the antecedent in the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Alright, let's go. See who this person who is very anxious to meet me is, apparently. So we've got Lucia, who's that knight from Americ's people, Tataru, Urianger, and Moen Brida, and we have Menphilia. Well, let's see what Lucia's got to say. Maybe she'll shed some light here. Good of you to join us. We have much to discuss. Oh, this is probably her plan. Or her fault. Tataru, this is no time for idle chatter. Sure it is. Moen Brida. At this point, it would be more unnerving if he spoke plainly. Urianger, what'd you say? Unexpected tidings from the north, borne by the Lord Commander II. What manner of wind bloweth this day? Yep. Alright, Menphilia, what you got?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer.
Yeah, it's Lucia. She's the chick with the shaved, blonde, emo hair.
The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Tetra had shaken her head, as you'd probably guess.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Zorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
I nod, stoically.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Menphilia. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Ariange stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the Worm, responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Belzar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midsgomer. That wasn't even close. Midgardstmr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls. burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airship overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silver Tear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrias. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum energies failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silver Tear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether from malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Amaric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the keeper of the lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. I nod, stoically. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Doman Watch. Just some dude in normal clothing. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the keeper of the lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then? The Ishgardians honestly feared that the worm might rise again? He crosses his arms and looks at some kind of mountain, I guess? Well, from here, that seems rather unlikely. But if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. I mean, it does kind of look like there's a giant dragon that's wrapped around, almost like a volcano, where its wings are spread out and everything. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. Yeah, kind of killed that Gaius dude. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrias, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. The Keeper of the Lake, now available. Yeah, where I'm at now is just tons of blue crystal everywhere. The ground is made of blue crystal. Giant blue crystals are sticking out everywhere. We see the top of the mountain, which very much does look like a dragon head. Very, very large dragon head. The inside looks very mechanical. The Keeper of the Lake. I wonder if that's actually the dragon body. The inside looks very ruinous. But yeah, there's lots of like metal and scraps of metal and twisted metal everywhere. This tank is trying to die. Almost died, not quite dead. One person had like 2 HP left. I was like, oh no! Oops. I think that's a flying dragon? I honestly don't even know. And as usual, no one told me the mechanics, so hopefully there's something crazy that's gonna happen. Like a Garlemald base. There's metal steps and things everywhere. Well, that was fun. We all win. He pulled every fucking thing. And I couldn't handle it. Let's see if he learns from his mistakes. He's like, oh, I hope you knew it. And you go, it's gotten a lot better since ARR. Since the Ultima fight. I see a treasure chest. I'm getting ass kicked. That's not cool. Nope, get out of there. Instead of aggroing all the things, you aggro one thing at a time. Let us kill that one thing. Then aggro 3 other giant fucking robots. See, aggroed all the giant fucking robots. Magitech gunship. Oh great, we're gonna go fight a gunship. That's not gonna hurt at all. Hey, we stopped. Someone's gonna probably tell me. And this boss follows, I think, the healer. You should be good if you stay out of the fire. Alright, so there's gonna be, I guess, fire. So don't stand in fire. Got it. Oh yeah, fire is just spawning all over the place. Holy shit. Oh, jeez. Ah! He flew right over me and just spread fire all over me. That was not cool. Oh, we won. Yay! Didn't even realize we won. I think we're outside now. I think we're walking on the body of the dragon, of the dead dragon. Seriously? We're gonna go do it again. I'm gonna try to do all of the things. It's a fancy glass blue floor, I guess.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
The dead dragon is literally talking. was sleeping the whole time, but he looks pretty dead. A blue ball of
Thou
light.
hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
The blue ball of light turned basically into like a blue ethereal dragon. As if I was actually fighting the dragon's ghost. Is there nothing to be said about this fight? I guess. Come, now should be weighed in the balance. Into thee I place my spirit. Rise, my child, and join in the chorus. He's got two tendrils coming out of his mouth that are linking to purple dragons, purple ethereal dragons, which I can't seem to attack. There's a purple and a blue one. They're gone now. I don't know if my teammates killed them or not. How bold thy defiance. Yeah, ye full of fear is thy heart. I mean, you're a giant ghost dragon. I think I have every right to be. Now there's a progress bar that's pointing at my bar's back. Ah! Oh no! Well, shit. So thou art gifted. Yeah, I died. It's gonna be a boy. He's still at 59%, so he's got lots of HP. He kind of looks like he sneezed and shot out a giant beam of light. Yeah, now we've only got the tank and 1 DPS left. He's still at 50%. I mean, they're trying, but there's no way. Looks like... So basically what happened was the floor became lava, and I couldn't tell where the hell I was supposed to stand to, get out of it. And it looks like the center is where you have to be. Yeah. The he has got a thing on him. Where you're supposed to actually, like, go to the other person, I think. Instead of doing that, he ran away and got killed. Hank's hanging on. I'll give him that. He's hanging on. Guy's somehow down to 35%. It's pretty impressive. And he's gone. I go, that was a good effort. For this fight, the dragon will shoot in front of them. You should be alright if you follow me. Okay. It would have taken like 5 minutes if I'd finished solo. That would have been pretty epic. Where do I go? I guess I go this way. Gotta run back. It goes off in order they show, so stand outside the inner lava circle, and once it goes off, you walk in. Probably should have let me read all that before you started the boss fight. Shit. Okay. And the tank put himself a nice giant plus sign, so that actually helps me. I didn't know they could do that in this game. People do that in SWTOR a lot, so I could keep track of it. I bid thee rise, my child, and join the chorus once more. fighting the purple and blue dragons. You're that person. Extremely small spot to stand. Like a tiny little ribbon. Yay, I think we won. Yep, we won. The ghost dragon thing dissolves. Yeah, following the tank was great. I said having that marker on you really helped.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
That is Midsgarmer, whatever. Dead dragon's red eyes glow. That's never a good sign.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
See, what happened was,
guided by a star, Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive.
Is there no way to have peace? Come on now.
7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
Suddenly a blue light surrounds my body. I'm not sure if he, like, psychically tried to attack me or something, but yeah, suddenly I'm shielded in a blue light.
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
The blue light surrounding my body fades. Some yellow light gathers. The ball and shines right on me. Great. Piercing my chest. Nope, I'm in the void. With the 6 crystals I gathered. And the little, like, arcane symbol underneath my feet. Seem to be very confused as to why I'm in the void. The orange crystal suddenly burst with dark energy. And turned gray. And purple. And whatever color that was. All the crystals I gathered are turning gray. The fuck? Yeah, they're all gray now. Green little specks of light surround me and drift upwards, then suddenly burst into nothingness. Leaving nothing but the 6 grayed crystals, the arcane symbol's gone.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
Yeah, you lying motherfucker.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine.
Oh, I see how this is. Alright. You're gonna go, you know, in between the lines.
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Damn, is he stronger than Hydaelyn? Because it sounds like all my special echo power... I mean, I think I had... Well, did I have the echo before? I guess I must have. Well, no. I guess I was always chosen? Maybe I don't have the echo anymore. Holy shit.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Wait, did you just take away my protagonist status? Out of his mouth came a little baby dragon. Like an actual live one. I'm like, it's way tiny.
The covenant binds me to thee.
Wait, did he turn himself into a tiny dragon? Because that thing is tiny, like, it could fit on my shoulder. Maybe kind of big, but still.
I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp.
His eyes fade.
I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
The baby dragon suddenly vanishes in blue light. You may summon Midgardamr by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide under characters in the main menu. Huh. Well, I guess I better go do that now. Considering I think he's gonna forcibly follow me around everywhere. Yeah, there is. Alright, let's talk to this Doman watch dude, I guess. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Yeah, there was a lot of them. Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphanaz left a message stating that you were to return to Rising Stones at once. Oh, Lucia's here. See what she's got to say. Have you spoken with Commander Leveilleur yet? He has been pacing again. Yeah, I bet. Is that true? 12, save me. Is it coming? What should we do? Oh, he's not? Who's not coming? Am I forgetting something? See, Thancred. In hindsight, mayhap sending the lady in my stead was not the wisest of decisions. Pray ignore my ramblings. Yida, I traveled to Ul'dah to meet with Thancred's friend, the one who promised us the rare ore, and she began cursing me with words I've only ever heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea what she was so angry about. He probably thinks you're his, latest squeeze or whatever. See what Moen Bright has got to say. I'm pushing ahead with my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you face an Ascian, I would have you fight with the proper weapon in hand. Yeah, about that. Things aren't going so well on that front. I got the protagonist bitch slapped out of me. That dragon gave me like a pan, and all of a sudden I'm no longer the protagonist. Elfanod, let's see what Urianger has to say. Because apparently Urianger is in the office. Truth interpret is truth transformed. Today's heroes may yet become tomorrow's gods, or something else. Live long enough to see yourself be the villain, I guess. Elfanod. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. Not quite. I came as soon as Menphilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You have completed your investigation of the keeper of the lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. See, what happened was, I'm no longer the protagonist. Alphanod, you conversed with Midgardsimer? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Ophelia thinks. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Maybe? I don't know. He seemed kind of dead to me. Ariange. Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. They can hold a grudge like any woman. Alphanod. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsimer in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. Ophelia nods, and then Alphanod nods. As for now, we shall present our revelation to Sir Emeric's emissary. You may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Am I going to tell them that I'm no longer the protagonist? Now it's just Menphelia and I. Menphelia, is there something you're not telling us, Suikyun? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you were missing something. Something important. Yeah, I got the protagonist bitch smacked out of me, which shocks the hell out of Menphelia. 12 for Fend. Midgardsimer stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I nod, stoically. I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. Guess I'm no longer a warrior of light. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgardsimer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that where the waters came into existence, so too did the great worm. Othic and Nymea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgardsimer ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Well, I got a little pet, so I think he's stalking me from now on. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. I mean, if they also have the echo, wouldn't they kind of tell as well? I mean, you could tell, so the others probably could. So, Menphelia left the room, so I was by myself. And suddenly there was a ball of glowing light, and my little dragon stalker appeared. Midgardsimer, Art thou a pawn, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? And he just disappears in a ball of blue light again. Oh, I stand there looking sad. Oh well. Then my expression hardens and I walk out of the room.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness.
Alphonse gave me kind of like a knowing glance and tilted his head to the right for some reason. I'm not quite sure what that was supposed to have meant.
Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
She salutes me. Minfilia and Alphonse look at each other and give each other a knowing nod.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Because you know it's gonna be a bloodbath. Alphonse. The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. Damn. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgardmr who roared a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Oh, though it was not Midgardmr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Yeah, I don't think so. You're gonna witness a massacre from afar. Ether on demand. Ere I forget, I believe Moen Brida has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I have completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Moen Brida. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? I wonder how long it's gonna be before people figure out that, I don't have Heidelin's blessing anymore.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
She nods.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that. But no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether.
She's holding some kind of rod device in her hand. It looks white with like 3 points on it, I think, and some kind of blue orb in the center of it.
Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thancred and Papalymo shall accompany you.
I nod, stoically. And so does Thancred and Papalymo.
Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Elphanod. 'Twould seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The 4th have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilrid will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. About that... We're getting a cutscene. Hori Boulder, that Coltonet guy, and Flamer, which is Minfilia's mom, approach me. Because I looked around the base, and it's basically empty except for these three, and Tataru. Hori Boulder, your duties take you to Northern Thanalon, do they not? Yup. Coltonet, we, too, must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamen travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. Yeah, don't let her get kidnapped or whatever the fuck, again. Flamen, at my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is in my hopes that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. Flamen closed her eyes for a moment. How extraordinary that my little Asilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but as a colleague. Coltonut, a colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger, even for one so familiar with her streets. Hori Boulder, bah! Woe betide the blackguards that so much as glare in your direction, milady. He does a pose. She giggles at it. I shall be well protected, it seems. Coltonut, shall we be on our way, then? They nod. Hori gives me like a fist pump, like, yeah! Let's go! Coltonut nods and they leave. I've got my little Midgardimer Dragon Stalker out, and I plan on having him out all the time until he decides he's gonna stop stalking me. Because I usually don't have pets out because it's kind of get in the way, but I feel like as canon, he's gonna get in my way anyway. Alright, Wildred, I'm here. Commander Leveilleur sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Ruban's Push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here and at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Eldestein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. I was just reminded it's going to be daylight savings time tomorrow, which means my sleeping schedule is going to get thrown off. Woohoo! Let's talk to Edelstein. Gives me a little salute. Lieutenant Astromont, My soldiers yet tell me tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian Draughtsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. Those boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. I just remembered something. Wasn't there supposed to be a whole, oh, there's this big mega shipment of weapons and stuff? Whatever happened to that? On the counteroffensive. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take the field to meet the assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow scions of the situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Aliane, and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offensive. Ever since I lost my powers, they've leaned a lot into the oh, we love to have your help. Your help is so useful. I mean, they were kind of like that before, but still, now it's almost ironic. See, we got some people here. Wildered, stop to think, really. Be it a squad of soldiers or some Magitech monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Moen Brida. Moen Brida. Isn't it a beauty? A lady merchant in Revenant's Toll simply gave it to me. Said she was investing in the future or some such. What's she talking about? Like a ring or something? I don't know what she was given. Talk to you, Shola. Now that's an impressive piece of steel. Well, I guess someone gave her a sword? Ida, have you ever seen Moen swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave. There's no stopping her. Okay, let's speak to Aliane. Glad to have you with us, Suicune. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridium. The Wildred. The main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. Ilbert walks up. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Aliana salutes him. Captain Ilbert. Wildred also salutes him, and Ilbert salutes in response. Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The third was getting restless, holed up in Alda, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and aid their numbers to your counterattack. Aleane. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Ilbert. Aye. 'Twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. Pompomio. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of those storage tanks be exposed to fire. Uh-oh. If there are no objections, the Scion shall join the fourth and give battle to this main column. They nod. Ilbert. You're with the third, then. I assume he's talking to me. Oh yeah, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept the squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. I nod, stoically. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhas. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. I mean, those Garlean dudes could always surrender. I'm open for that. Yuyuhas. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you are around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own area to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Still keep in mind that we're not even in Heavensward yet, as far as I know. I don't know when we'll get to Heavensward, but we're not in Heavensward yet. Is this still all, like, story between DLC? Hear the might of my holy. And they're dead. Let's go to the next spot. Go kill some more dudes. Killing a bunch of earth sprites in the process, but that's okay. That was my 2 spots, I guess. Time to report back. Yuyuhas. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take it that to mean that, between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. Yeah, being a healer? I don't really revel in killing people. That's kind of not my thing. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Aliane know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Edelstein. Lieutenant Estrema, what news of the Garleans? Yeah, I killed a bunch of those dudes. Their raiding parties are no more than excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in an immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. An uninvited Ascian. So an uninvited Ascian. I mean, technically they're all uninvited, but yeah. Edelstein, you must be anxious for a word of your fellows. Lieutenant Aliane has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe. 'Twould appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. Oh, that would be, Moen Bryden. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalon is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Can she get possessed by an Ascian? Maybe? I mean, she may not even be able to see the Ascian. Oh, she's by a giant orange crystal.
Hold on, I won't be a second.
I look around.
The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
I like her character. She's pretty awesome.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it.
She holds up her, staff thing at the crystal and it glows brightly.
So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed?
I did.
The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Something...
She senses me. A useful talent.
So I seem to hear something behind me and I turn. And I see question mark in red text. And as you heard, it says, she senses me. A useful talent. Even though I don't have the Heidel's Blessing anymore.
Anasian, are they onto us?
Oh, well, there he is. It's the guy that looks like La Habrea with the dark robe and red mask, but his has like 6 slits on them. So it's different than the other one.
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
His name is Nabraelis.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
So she can see him.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabraelis. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down.
Damn! So she took her axe out and tried to swing him, like basically cut him in half. And he just like took his thumb and forefinger and just kind of, with just the tip of his fingers, stopped her axe in mid-swing. A like red electric shock came out of it and blasted her back.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
Yeah, he did that with like 0 effort.
But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Heidelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabraelis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Oh. Okay.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
I didn't know his staff was anything special. I mean, to me, staffs are just staffs, but... Huh. I nod, stoically. See, Mo and Breda. If I'm right, and the Asian is after Tubsamanti, yeah, whatever, then we'd best be making all haste back to the Rising Stones. Minfilia must be warned. Simo and Brida, you're here! Master Louis Watt's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly, now! Yeah, it's kept behind, Infilia's head. Not a good place for it right now. Oh, it's gone.
You two!
Oh, Menphilia's holding it.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
I look shocked.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
Let me tell you all of my secrets.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain.
You guys have entered our domain plenty of times.
My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
So I guess he's different in some way? Yeah.
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
He's sitting in Menphilia's chair like a boss.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
He teleported from out of the chair back to in front of Menphilia and raises his hand to her face like he's gonna Kamehameha her face. Oh, he turned and did it to Mo and Brida instead.
Moonbreeder!
Yeah, that.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
Now she's got a hole in her stomach.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
A portal opens up and swallows Menphilia into the side of it. Now Brailius looks at me for a second, then walks through the portal. Blue and Bright is dying on the floor.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
I nod, stoically. I was like, I could try to help you, but... yeah, you got a hole in your gut. The chrysalis? Now available? Alright, let's see about going into the portal. The chrysalis. Oh, it's an 8-man. Oh, I'm teleported to their freaking chamber. Like their dark crystal world. Oh. There's like their god dude, I guess? There's Minfilia hanging in the air. Their arms tied above her head. Their mouth gaping open and she looks like she's in anguish. Labrielis appears next to her and strokes her cheek because he's a creeper. With an evil fucking grin on his face. He comes down to go fight me. I shall not toy with you as does La Habrea. Witness the terrible might of a true servant of Zodiac. Writhing powers of ruination. Everyone's running this way. Better go follow them. What are you doing? I was like, I have no idea what the mechanics are. It's not good. Hunger of the void. Devour all lights and return this world to perfect darkness. Yeah, he just wants to destroy everything. Seems to be all he wants. Like, oh, it's gonna change and wither and die. Like, you're gonna destroy everything. What are you talking about? It's a lot more withered than whatever we're doing. How is full darkness any better? Why did you die? thinks I have humility back. Zodiac's made my command day. River of time. Mine, any in thy sluggish flow. Minfilia. Impossible! He has the power over time itself? Holy shit, what does he? You shall wither in the merciless embrace of eternity! What the hell's going on? Am I supposed to stand here? Ow. Was I not supposed to stand there? What the fuck? I almost died. Like a meteor came crashing down and almost killed me. Yeah, killed that dude. You gotta take it back to, like, the whole time, I guess? Oh, apparently the meteors are tank only. So me as a healer should have never stood in that. I was like, someone's standing in this circle, so I'm gonna go stand in the circle. Well, apparently neither of us should have probably been standing in the circle. Gabriella still has 6% left. Ah, we went. Oh wait, no we didn't. We got one tank left. Probably I might not be the only person on here. Because like with the Ultima fight, if you wipe and you get to the second phase, you at least don't have to start over, you can start at the second phase. But in this one, we seem to be starting over. No idea what everyone's doing. Because now we're back to like them selecting stuff. But I have no idea what they're doing. Oh shit. Healer died. That is no bueno. Shit, that is not what I want to do. Damn it. I don't even know if the healers died from. Looks like we recovered, though. We seem to be back on track. So we had another DPS die. I was like, oh no, it's already unraveling. But no, we recovered. We're good. That was incredible damage. Fix that. You have so many healing buffs going. As we have seen, I command thee. Impossible! He has power over time as well? Over time itself? No! Nah, I got sucked into the portal. We shall wither in the merciless embrace of eternity! So I don't know. Oh no, I got sucked into another portal. I guess we're back in the present. Oh, I think we won. Secret Ascian Man. or Ascian. Nymphelia got released from her binds, and falls to the floor. She looks at me and smiles. Victorious. Even without my, Oh, and everybody left already. Damn.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
Oh, his body is there. Nabriellis' body. It's like swirling in a giant portal. Oh, someone came out of the portal. Wait, looks exactly like him.
You may have bested me this day, But what of the next? What of all the days to come?
Did he just like manifest a new body? His old body vanishes.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
Moen Brida throws her little white crystal thing at Menphilia, who bends down to pick it up. She nods.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
She holds the crystal out to Nabriales. Oh, his energy seems to get sucked into the crystal. See what happens.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
The crystal grows very brightly.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free!
I nod and pick up the head of the staff.
Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
Oh! I'm actually shooting on a beam of light.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Uh-oh. I think he's pushing
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light.
I think he's pushing the power back at us.
Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
Nothing happened.
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moon Brighton slowly, painfully gets to her feet.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
She slowly walks towards me, who's still holding the staff, shooting the light at.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
She reaches her hand into the beam of light. She smiles. As her body dissolves into light.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
I thrust my arm forward and he explodes.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
Minfilia picks up the staff that Moenbryda had created. Aw, I liked her too. I'm gonna miss her.
This device is a legacy of Moenbryda's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
I know.
Minfilia, are you all right?
Little late, guys.
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moenbryda?
Minfilia and I look at each other, and Minfilia nods and tells the story.
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
Ariange enters the room.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady.
Why does everyone hear everything that comes in this fucking room?
The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moenbryda hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not?
Minfilia nods.
Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moenbryda and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Sharlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moenbryda. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moenbryda discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Alright, well, we got a bunch of people in the room. Let's go talk to them. Talk to Peppermio. She was counting on the theory that a soul's ether burns brightest at the moment of its passing, a scholar until the very end. Ida. Oh, Moen, I miss you so much already. Aw. Yashola. Our list of grievances against the Ascians was already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? Yeah, they do. Thancred. Would we had arrived a few moments sooner. Just a few moments. Yeah, that sucks. That feeling is just terrible. Everyone is silent. With their heads bowed. Menphilia. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moenbryda's life and mourn her passing. Oh, you're gonna make me cry, damn it. Stop it. In memory of Moenbryda. Damn, they're gonna have something, aren't they? As Moenbryda was a native of Charlian, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the mark of the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? No. 'Tis a monument found at Ratherfrost, and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. My friend goes, and was dating he whom speaketh like this. There shall we pray for our dead friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Even though Heidelin is shunning us right now, and this is her fucking fault. Had she not taken my protagonist powers away, Moenbryda would still be alive. Alright, I'm gonna probably cry on camera, but let's go. I kneel down in front of a very large crystal that seems to have a little etching in it. Like a square in the middle and two rectangles on either side. That's what it looks like to me anyway. The camera faces the crystal tower and that giant fucking dragon that took my protagonist powers. And then pans over to the giant stone I just kneeled at. The whole group is there. Thancred kneels and bows his head and lays flowers on the ground.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death. A fair exchange.
Yeah, my little dragon stalker appears next to me.
Other bargains will be struck.
And he disappears. Well, that sucked. Everyone is gone. Except for our people. Like, our direct circle of people. Suck to you, Shola. The rising stone feels somehow colder. Mo and Breda always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. Yeah, she was fucking great. Actually, I liked her character quite a lot, to be honest. I'm sad she's gone. Thancred, we must find some means of protecting ourselves from Ascian intrusion. There must be a way. But, yeah, I mean, he says that, oh, my kind couldn't come in here, yet fucking 2 of them came in there all the time. Massacred a bunch of people. So, I think he's full of shit. That, oh, I can't come in here otherwise. Nah, you're not like a vampire. You know, you have to be invited in. 2 of your people were able to get in there, no problem. Yida, I don't feel much like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. Yeah, I get it. Papa Mio. I loathe to see Yida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papa Mio, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation, am at a loss for words. I'm so sad now. Not even Tataru is here. Where the fuck is Tataru? I mean, she'd make me even more sad. Seeing Tataru sad makes me sad. Ophelia. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. That's why being leadership sucks. Yet I also believe that the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Suicune? Oh yeah, I definitely agree. You gotta agree, whether you're a leader or not. You gotta do it. That creates mental issues if you don't. "'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Mo and Breda, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. She turns to the now empty frame which Louisoix's staff used to be displayed. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Suicune. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. I mean, I'd be okay with it. I've cried before in front of other people. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. I mean, having a little group cry is actually pretty good. Nothing wrong with a little group cry. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Oh, damn. I thought I was like, wait, are we at Heavensward? But my friend said we have 17 more quests left. So that would be very shocking if we suddenly were in Heavensward. Mask of Grief. Have you a moment, Suicune? I believe Yido wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moen Bryden passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Yeah, I've never seen her, like, be upset or sad or anything like that. You know, she's always so happy and bubbly and cheerful. You know, to see her sad, I mean, it sucks. It's almost worse when happy people are sad. But you gotta be. It's part of the healing process. Yeah, she's faking it. So Yida suddenly looked up at me, and jumped out of her seat and gave a little cheer. Hey, it's Suicune! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moen would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. I nod, stoically. She gives a little cheer. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Ratherfrost. She gives me money and then walks off. I mean, it seems this person must be a total bitch if even Yida can't stand her. I mean, they must just be horrible. Let's go see what this Rowena person's about. And why Yida doesn't like him. I was trying to see, like, what the heck was going on there, but someone was flying the building inside their giant ship. Alright, Rowena. Why doesn't Yida like you? Rowena is a female. You can probably guess by the name, but female with slightly dark complexion, wearing what I would think is kind of like a Chinese type dress, I guess? Oriental type dress? With short brown hair. I mean, she doesn't... let's see. Rowena, what can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinkets to trade? A little bag of money. Let's see, flower payments. A sack of gil received from Yida in exchange for a single moon daisy. Eh? They've got you running errands now? Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here, then, take it. And tell that Yida lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. Gods know she needs to. Oh, I bet that mask has, like, sentimental value to her. And this Rowena chick keeps insulting it. Which probably doesn't make Yida all that happy. I mean, she's definitely opinionated and has no problem giving her opinions. I can see how she's not going to rub people the right way. Though you'd think as a shop owner, she would, have a little more tact. Like, I'm not even as bad as her, and I have little tact. Even I know, don't piss off your customers. I'll just sit there and go be like, yeah, she says she doesn't like your face. I mean, damn. Oh wait, that's right. I was like, where'd she go? But yeah, she walked off somewhere else. Alright, so it looks like we're back at the stone that had the little rectangle carving with the square carving with the two rectangles next to it, where we kneeled down and gave respect to Mo and Brida. And what I just noticed behind that stone is what to me looks like a glowing tree. Like, the ground looks like it's just covered in blue crystal. And there's a tree, I guess, behind it that also looks like it's made of the same blue crystal. But there's also little green glowing leaves coming out of it. There's giant mushrooms and stuff, not everywhere, but there are giant mushrooms dotted around. There's just little patches of grass and a couple flowers. And some dead trees that, yeah, it looks like the crystal is slowly overcoming the dead trees and turning them into crystal. Yida. Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again! It drives me crazy! What I meant to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Yeah, I can understand that. Alright, moon daisy. Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess, Menfina, during daylight hours. There you go. Mo and Brita love these things, I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her. Yida kneels down and places the flower on the ground.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Yeah, my little dragon buddy appears next to me. And he looks off to his right. Though I don't see what he's looking at. He disappears in a ball of light. That's a lot of dragons in the distance.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
I relay the message to Yida, who nods. We run off. Yida, get on my flying horse. Oh wait, no, I can teleport. Oh god, what now? Oh wait, we know what the dragons are attacking, probably. At Ishgard. Because we knew that was going to happen. And we're only allowed to just kind of sit back and watch because they don't want our help. Here's Elphanon. My apologies for this interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moenbrida's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Defenders for Ishgard. Do you want our help finally? After you burn to the ground? Elphanod, the envoy is here. Oh, it's Lucia. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Yes, please split it out. Minfilia, certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Lucia. Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon after. Sir Emeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. Elphanod, you paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? Lucia, we do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Elphanod. Very well. I shall depart for Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. Lucia, it is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to the leaders? Menphilia. Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. Lucia. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. Yeah, they're gonna flick you off. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. Menphilia. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. Lucia. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Amaric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Yeah, it's exactly like I thought. You fuckers got your asses handed to you. And now that you're facing utter, complete genocide, now you're like, oh, hey, buddy, pal, friend. How about you come help us? Even though we didn't help when the world was about to get destroyed or help with literally anything else before that. Lucia. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appearance to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced, Midgardamr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield an advantage over our foe. Dude, it took us 8 people and I died. Thank you, you wear the mantle of hero well. I do look pretty hot. Alphanod. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Suicune. Yeah, Alphanod still doesn't know I'm not the Warrior of Light anymore. And Heidelin ignored my Menphilia's request, but I promise I requested it too. And Moen Brighton died. Heidelin's fault. Getting a cutscene for some reason. We're at Ishgard, it looks like. What about the giant castle? This guy's in chainmail armor. Oh. Ice Heart. Ice Heart's just walking past all these chainmail-clad dudes here. I think she's at Ishgard?
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Yeah, but does that mean just pure genocide of everybody? Because, I mean, yeah, that'll resolve all issues right there. She glows a bright blue light, which streams into the sky, and over her head is a giant blue ball of light as well, which goes further and further into the sky. It explodes.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Iceheart, that was kind of mean. I guess she broke the shield that was protecting the castle. Well, fuck. Let's see, Menphilia. We have had reports from a number of frontier settlers. It would seem the dragons have come as far as Mordona. Time to go to Camp Dragonhead, I guess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was at Ishgard. I mean, she's got the Echo, and she has spoken to Heidelin before. I wonder if Heidelin's given her the cold shoulder? Seems to be just me. Though she wasn't the Warrior of Light. So, maybe that's a difference. Alphanod. It seems I was the swifter, Suicune. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell us of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Alright, let's go head in that direction. Alphanod. Mark the nervous glances at our friend's share. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred. Something unexpected. Let us question the knights here ere we proceed. Let's see. Tenterhooked Temple Knight? What the fuck is Tenterhooked? When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. You're scared of her? See, this knight... Dyspepectic? Yeah, Dyspepectic Dragoon. For some reason, I kept thinking like he was the king, because he's got basically like a little crown on his helmet. Dragoon. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections! I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Trembling Temple Knight. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, dude. So, I don't know who started this war, but it seems like the dragons hold a hell of a grudge. Bothered Bowman. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgardian magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered... Yeah, Iceheart was just like, fuck this barrier, and it just went, okay. Alphanod. 'Twould seem the heretic struck the first, and most telling, blow against the Ishgard. Lucia. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. Alphanod. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Lucia. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at camp. Sir Emeric awaits you. The worms roar. Alphanod. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed, if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Hatchafant will know where Sir Emeric means to receive us. Let's speak to Alphanod first. Pray ask Lord Hatchafant to direct us to the meeting place where you are when you are ready. I guess I'm ready. Hatchafant. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could see us plunge into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Does he also have a crush on me? Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived, and would treat with you in the intercessory. Talk to this gatekeeper dude. You want to go in? Yes. Speak to Alphanod real fast. Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests on our assistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Emeric sweat for his reinforcements. On this occasion, feigned disinterest may service the cause of Eorzean unity better than naked philanthropy. Come, let us find out what concessions the Holy See is willing to make. I mean, it sounds like you've got them by the balls and you intend to squeeze. They're like, hey, you know how you've been a dick to us for the last few centuries? Yeah, now you're paying for it. Emeric. Still handsome, though. Very dashing. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Alphanod. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given these circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. Emeric crosses his arms. Emeric. On the contrary, Master Alphanod, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally. Einstein, I guess. Estinine? I don't know. We see some feet. Slowly moving up some legs. It's a lady in tight-fitting, dark black armor with a pointy spike on top of her head which gleamed in the light. Americ. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? Alphanod. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. Yeah, same. I don't know shit about it. Americ. They are formidable warriors, all. Yet even among such masters of the lance, Estenine is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, I would swear those legs belong to a female, and I thought I saw boobs, but apparently I was mistaken. Apparently it's a guy that looks very, very much like a girl. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. Wait, he has the power of dragons? Estenine. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke? I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Americ. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. 'Twould seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of, Nidhogg's stolen eye. Alphanod thinks. Nidhogg. And I'm not even... Nidhogg. Nidhogg. One of the 7 great worms. That's where they're calling the dragon worms. Is that a thing? I'm not even sure. That sounds familiar, but it also seems weird. Worms like WYRMS. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kothis since Ishgard's founding. Americ. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless effort to raise the city. The troops Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye. Oh, the trophy, yeah. Is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. So they plucked his eye out? I mean, if it's a dragon... I mean, dragons are magical, so who the fuck knows? Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. Oh, so it's kind of like in Legacy of Kain, where Janos had his heart ripped out, but all it really needed was to put his heart back and he was fine. Voice of Midgardimer. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Americ. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. I don't know how you fuckers ever beat these dragons to begin with, damn. Estenine. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, they who spend centuries in slumber, only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. Americ. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. Alphanod. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creatures, then? Americ. Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know that the heretics covet the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole in their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. Alphanod crosses his arms. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? Americ. I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for a coming battle against the dragons. I mean, they seem like some badass things. I wouldn't want to fight one of them. Especially from people that said, fuck you at the Battle of Korthus or whatever, when Meteor was being summoned. Alphanod. 'Tis much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? Americ. I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. And I don't see the problem. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthus. They would not even have to draw steel. Alphanod looks shocked and ponders this. Alphanod. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Ahem. Very well. We will assist you in your repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Americ. Nor did I ever think you would. Now upon the matter of the roar. Estenine. Allow me, Sir Americ. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Damn. Alphanod's like, what? Fear not. I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Oh, great. Alphanod. Then the worm who roared. Estinine. Was Nidhogg. Aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt. The worm has summoned his minions to war. Well, fuck. Dragons just don't seem to die. Got the one dragon. It's Gardemer. He looked like he was dead. But he's apparently very much alive, I guess. Unless he is dead and he's just like, fuck being dead. Do what I want. Alphanod. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emeric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Yes, they do. Committed to the cause. Like, just the stuff I've experienced today has been like, holy shit. Because all the videos I put out are basically what I did that day. Alphanod. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stone and make our report to the antecedent. Oh, Tatru's back. If you're looking for the Scions, they've already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved. Even though they've been dicks, but yeah. She holds no ill will, I guess.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Everyone's in the room now. Thancred, Yida, all them.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go.
Everyone nods.
The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
The thing is, like, if we intervene in this war, then the dragons are going to hate us, too. That's not good. I nod, stoically.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Everyone nods. Alphanod leaves the room while the rest of us remain talking. A couple of others leave, and then followed by a couple more. Now it's just myself and Minfilia in the room. Ilberd and Yuyuhas are talking to each other. Yuyuhas gives a little salute. Were they in the room? Because I didn't see them in the room. Oh, I guess they are in the room. Riel's also in the room. He was watching them for a second, now he walks out of the room. Yeah, I didn't even know the Crystal Braves were in there. I didn't see them. Must have been Senny in the corner or something. Yeah, we're about to piss off some dragons that hold a grudge like a motherfucker. This seems like a bad idea. Volunteer Dragon Slayer. I don't want to piss off some dragons. Minfilia. I bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphanod. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Korthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaftborn on the brewing conflict, and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration, and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. I'm letting my friend know that it sounds like we're gonna have another dungeon pretty soon. I may have sprung the last one on him. So I don't want him to be just, like, in the middle of something. And all of a sudden, bing! Tetru cheers. We are rather close to Korthus, aren't we? we'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Suikyun. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn. She's so cheerful about it. Teteru. And so I'd like you to spread the word to the settlers and adventurers in town. Slaffborn. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to court this, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Teteru. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Or rouse. Yeah, we have a town to rouse. Yay! Accomplished adventurer. Oh, I'm actually gonna get a little cutscene. Well, that's a no. Can't tell if it's a male or female. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. I think that was female. I also think that was an orc lady. Oh, here's Riol. Gives me a little wave. Kind of go talk privately in a corner, I guess. Real. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wildred was there with the fourth that day, and I want to know if ye seen him since. Have ye? No, I haven't. Oh, Riel didn't like that. Gods damn it. I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. Don't tell me Rildred's another fucking traitor, again. But that ain't all. Around the time Wildred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Old Da. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wildred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talks about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I bet me good eye it ain't young Wildred. Any road, you got war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Suicune. It's a good thing I recorded this part, because usually I don't record when I have to, go talk to people and shit. But I was just like, whatever. Good thing I did. I thought I was gonna go do a dungeon soon. I was trying to get my friend ready for that. He says 11 more quests. I'm nearing Heavensward, but I'm not gonna finish that tonight. Adventurous Frontier Hand. Kinda looks like Cloud. So Ishgard seeks cell swords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. I mean, you could ask him about it, I suppose. But, like, hey. There's gonna be plenty of people who don't go. Oh, he's actually way up there. Alright. It's like I can't get through this door. Nope, person's all the way up on this ledge here. Austere Adventurer. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share of the if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Sounds like he might be in, I guess. Question mark? Lady Rowena will not suffer riffraff in her new establishment. Poor you having to work under her. She is such a bitch. No wonder Ida doesn't like her. Okay, where's this last person? I probably should not have jumped down like that. Oops. There they are. Angular Adventurer. Apparently he's very angular. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? Yeah, I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventurer in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. I mean, fair enough. My friend says he doesn't think there's another dungeon between now and Heavensward, but I mean, we're about to go fight dragons, I guess? So you would think there would be. Tetruk gives a little cheer. There you are, Suikyun. So, did you sway any hearts? A couple, maybe? One? One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slackborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth 12 clanking knights at least. An allied perspective. Tataru. Oh, I've been so caught up with the recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphanon. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, she gives a little cheer, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphanod said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Alphanod, my apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Alphanod speaking at the table in the conference room.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
Alphanod stands up suddenly.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
He looks down at the table.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
I nod.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
She just kind of sits there. She was lost in thought.
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Ruban looks a little worried, but nods. The meeting is adjourned.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
Ruban is speaking to, the Sultana's aide.
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
The aide bows and then leaves. Ruban crosses his arms. He knows something's up. Alphanod. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. Inestimable, whatever. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Hatchafant and Sir Emeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzean guardians. And try not to throw all our lives away. Alphanod. He's talking his little earphone. Captain Ilberd, what news? Oh, that's not good. It suddenly zoomed dramatically on his face. Then the assault has begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durender at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Sukyun, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Mercilane at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. About that, I'm not Heidelin's favorite anymore, so, probably not gonna happen. But I'll give it my best shot. I wonder if I need to do the hard version? I don't know. It's like how to get to this part, I had to do the hard versions of some of the other dungeons I'd already done. Or, like, you know how I had to beat Garuda at hard difficulty and stuff? I wonder if that's gonna be what's gonna happen in a second. Marceline. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrowing positions across the Central Highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishes are slain. I'm looking at someone's mount, and I thought it was a fat horse, but I think it's a dog. Marceline, I'm back. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dwarvanian devils? Damn their scaly hides! Oh yeah, when we went to go to a couple places, there were dead people everywhere. But I killed all the dragons, though. Well, my friend did, but shh, I killed all the dragons. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Oh yeah, I guess there would have been a bunch of my people, wouldn't they? But they didn't have any names, so I didn't even notice that it was Crystal Braves. The Steps of Faith. I wonder what started this whole dragon thing. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the Gate of Judgment lies the Steps of Faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form from the barrier we call Daphnin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice damned witch, Iceheart, stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge, wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask that you and your comrades accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. Question mark. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Who's that? Oh, it's Thancred and the others. Shola, Ida, Papamio. Marceline, the scions of the Seventh Dawn? Shola, we could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Papamio, indeed. To do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix had taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Yida and I will join the rear guard. Yida nods. Right. If the dragon should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Ursuline. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. This will be a single-player thing, isn't it? Well, that was a big fat failure. Let's try it on very easy. That's a big dragon. Lands on top of the castle. I got it down to 30% health when I lost the first time. So hopefully I can win this time. This is basically a DPS check. I literally can't win on normal mode. So I really wish they would let me select it from very easy at the beginning, instead of having to sit there and die. Accept the fury into your heart and defend the bridge with your life's blood. We claim victory this day, or Ishgard falls. We fight to protect our home, to protect Ishgard. We mean to destroy the wards of Danifer's Collar. Let not a single dragon pass.
I shall make it quick.
I really have, getting that guy to stop breathing fire on the wards. But I know I can't even attack him right now. Doing my holy and nothing was happening. Focus your attacks on the armored dragon. You'll need more than thick hides to prevail over us. Bishop makes ready to strike with a powerful attack. And I can't move. Oh no. Everyone fall back now! Dragon's powering up. Run!
To me!
Instead of doing whatever he was going to do, he just flies up in the air instead. Do not let it reach the barrier. Hold your ground. Bishop's flames destroy the first ward of Daphner's collar. The first ward has been breached. Fall back, regroup, the battle is not yet lost. We will say the things here so we can fall back and help guard the ward. They mean to defeat us with sheer numbers then? Well, it's a good thing I can't count. Great, Yida. You can't count. Awesome. One of the people died. Guess I can't play Portal one day. Must defeat their champion at all costs. I mean, he's at 70% health. This is still not going great. Fishnap gets ready to breathe fire. Fishhap, not Fishnap. Destroyed the second one. Second ward has fallen. Fall back, there's nothing left to be done. Eden and I have matters well in hand, Suikyu. You must go and see to the final ward. He still has like 50% of his health left. How the fuck am I supposed to win this? Dragoons to arms, give the enemy no quarter. They will know the wrath of the Azure Dragoon. Hold your ground. Should this barrier fall, Ishgard will be awash in flame. health. Our enemy is not without weakness. Keep it up. Fish hap readies to breathe fire. And the barrier barely survived that flame attack. He's still at 29% health. The final ward is weakened. Hurry, we must end this now. I'm trying, but I'm just a fucking healer. Prepares to unleash. We are the shield that keeps the Holy See. Even if it should cost us everything, they cannot be suffered to pass. The Knights resolve. Defeat Vishat before the Knights lose their resolve. I'm trying! What are they doing over there? Damn this infernal heat. Oh, they're like standing in a line, shielding it. Two %, 1%. There we go. And he did. See the rest of the smaller dragons fly off in defeat. Ishgardian Knight. The dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. I walk towards the front of the line, or the group. Estenine. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? The, Estenine person standing on top of the dragon corpse. Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. He smirks evilly, then jumps and catapults himself into the air. Like, holy shit.